Alright, we're going now. It feels like it's been ages since I've got back into this, but it's really only been a week since last time. Time perception is awkward, it's weird, and I feel like the fact that I'm enjoying this part of the game so much is probably exacerbating that a little bit. But I'm ready to get back into the show, ready to get back into the Courtroom Chronicles here. Some more Great Ace Attorney 2 is coming up here. We're going to continue in episode 4. And I'm ready for it. I'm pumped. I'm pumped for this one. Hello Twitch chat. Hello YouTube chat. Wherever you're watching this from, I hope it's a good time for you to watch this. And yeah, do let me know if you end up enjoying the video. Please do the usuals. Leave a like and comment down below if you'd like to. If you want to go further with your love and support, leave a subscribe. Hit the bell as well. You can get the push notifications of further uploads coming up in the future for this game and others. And with all that done and said, I'm pumped to get back into the courtroom goodness. I believe when we left off last time, we started the trial for the ages in episode 4 of Great Ace Attorney 2. Where we have found out many a big thing here. This trial is unfortunately for our dearly departed fish and chip man, Tobias Gregson. May he forever have all of the greasy, chippy goodness in the land above. So we were finding out how this all came to be and what actually happened and what went down. Turns out that one of the main takeaways was he was doing some investigating into this case about this secret league of redheads, whatever this is all about here. In fact, let's just load up and then we'll have some quiet when we recap this. So yeah, Gregson was investigating this troop of redhead peoples in this redheaded league society, this secret society. What are they all about? We have no idea. They might be linked to a disappearance of a certain individual, and yeah, it turns out during said investigation, stuff went down, and yeah, Gregson is now out for the count. Can't investigate anymore, possibly because this was something that maybe people wanted to keep under wraps. I don't know, but that is a long and short of it. Now, I think when we come into here, we're going to talk more about this Red-Headed League and possibly talk to some individuals more closely linked to it. So we're returning, and we're going to continue the trial. 2nd of November, 1 PM in the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh yeah, the accused is Vampire Man, just so we're aware here as well. Completely neglected to mention that one. And also, what I forgot to mention as well is that across us on the prosecutor's bench is our dear old friend Kazuma. Not dead as it turns out, but is now on the prosecutor's side and wanted us to be here for this trial on the defense bench to witness things go down. What things go down? We'll have to wait and see. Maybe today we'll find it out. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak Van Geeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom. Yes! We only saw a fleeting appearance of these 2 earlier on in Herlock Sholmes' office, carted away by investigator Detective Gina. On their way to prison for a reason we were not sure of at the time, but now, maybe things will come to light. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice en France. It is going to be 0 days since we mock the French in a stream here. Oh dear. In the
my name is Peppino De Rossi.
Oh wait, how do I do this while sipping down spaghetti at the same time? I can imagine like I'm having some ramen right now and trying to speak.
And my name is Peppino De Rossi.
By the way, that spaghetti needs to be a gift for the judge, otherwise, harsher penalties for you. You always gotta give the judge snacks.
I am the third son of the great Familia De Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from TIMSIC are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Zut alors! I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells from my brain. That's all I am trying to do, So... That's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oh, oui? You could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is at the charm of the hilarious brothers. The couple?
Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you.
C'è? Are you about to tell me one of your grandi anecdotes? Evviva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Che bello! There it is! The couple's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, couple. The furrow and the meaning of your words? The court has been led to believe that under the name of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
What exactly was the nature of the deception by which you plan to defraud?
I'm gonna slip the judge into this French accent that I've given this guy here. It's gonna happen. Alors, I will explain it.
No, capo! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. So the dogs, one day the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice.
C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. Shut your parole. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Oh yeah, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with this money, Tromps, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
The park was described by witness as choked with red-haired folk, like a Costa's orange barrow.
And the day on which all of the men gathered here to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life.
Si! And now, every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The day for our trial was not till tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Of the departed fishing shipman, no!
I'm gonna feel it in the pits of my soul every single time I'm forced to look at that photo. Just a reminder that this is kind of a permanent deal until maybe something happens. I don't know.
Very good. So, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. Are you though? Also, their names are literally The Red and The Red in their respective native languages. De Rousseau could be for the French, and De Rossi for Italian. I see what you're doing here. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, Capo?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. My French is so bad it's slipping into every single other European accent out there. Ah! Again, it has been 0 days. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has very little confidence in your assurances. Eh? Uffa, with this attitude, we get nowhere, huh?
He's really a sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. And maybe there was a similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed.
Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Oh, yes, my lord. Goody, one of my good parts. Although, we'll just be a good part here. We know the usual drill cross-examinations. We are getting all of their testimonies. Press to get all of the lines out of them. Guess that's just how we roll.
Hold it!
Hold it! 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here, he was the magnetismo animale, eh? Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
We take their names, we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then after that, we take out some days to let them know by our post. E finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? Gosh, that's a small fortune.
It could be a lot of money back then, and it probably is actually right now, given inflation.
Who'd have thought Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? Yeah, you got me. I was thinking there was only 25 people, but the juries that keep coming on here, the literally same 6 people. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Ah, dear Herlock almost fell for the ruse. He says, or he says he was investigating it, but maybe he was a bit just lovably gullible himself, we'll see. You don't recall, Mr. Gregson? Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it! He doesn't look at all familiar?
No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I did not like the people who were trying to trick the other people.
Says the con artist! Pop meat freaking kettle. Seriously. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not gonna give the court a definite, it seems.
Eh, Kappa? You didn't see a man like this, huh?
I don't remember him. Obviously, he dead now. I assure you, he was not there.
Hold it!
Elaborate, please. Hold it. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Sure, then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Oh, good point.
And normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we would recall.
That is not the land, Peppino. Remember, we'll not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hair piece, but his moustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmus said these two had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... Oh yeah, if we can't record this, all the way back when, you said you take their name... I'm pretty sure, right? We take their names, we take their money, we take their address. If you've got a record of all their names, then surely if I feed you the man's name, then... There you go. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes.
Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them.
Oh. Well, huh.
It was not a real interview, right? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names?
That's right, this changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we have already said. I see. It seems there's little bit to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell him again what you said before, Peppino.
See, Capo, see! I will say it again and again.
Also, his name is Peppino. He's gonna make it far in the future. He's gonna end up in a video game called Pizza Tower. It'll be great. What else did I have the chance to give you there? His name? His address? What was it? His name? His... something or other, and his love of fish and chips. If I need to try that again, then surely not, right? mean, if I have to, then I will, but for now...
Hold it!
Hold it! But we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do, huh?
True.
We are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, Capo?
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
Eh? You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo?
It's like, hey, kappa. Is that meant to be endearing to you, Sarah? I don't realize. Your fault we got caught here in the first place. Okay, elaborate that, please. That may be some details. Hold it! What do you mean by that?
Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo?
Please do not try to make a capo a thing. It's not going to be a thing. It's not gonna happen. You're not trying to make this like the Mughals that say Koopa at the end of every line that they say. This isn't endearing. After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing all the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Whoops.
See, but it's an easy mistake to make, huh? The first? The 31st?
Oh, I had no sympathy for you. We are an all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it is only because of this that this so-called great red-headed detective caught us.
Capo, you know what I think? This is the work of God. It's a holy punishment, eh?
Been for the last time. This is not only punishment. This is only your fault.
Ah!
Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Why am I suddenly starting to sound like Dexter from Dexter's Lab? Didi, get out of my laboratory! Oh my goodness me.
Maybe I'm making a mistake. But when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
And I've seen the evidence. You didn't give any for the judge. That's like 10 plus years on top of the sentence that you're gonna get given. They haven't told us much we didn't already know.
What did you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if it was in the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet these two both claim they didn't see him.
I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies.
Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is our specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well.
Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught.
Well, yeah, you do have a point there. But it seems to me like we need more information.
Definitely.
So it is the fact that I think in number 3, we've got to go the alternate route. Maybe names might not be a thing that they decided to remember, but maybe the quirks of the people? Like certain details about their personalities maybe shown through. Maybe Gregson did end up bringing like a wad of fish and chips into there, so maybe that would be what they would immediately remember. How you said something you remember them? Just an I saw. More information. That's not a lie. We do not remember him. We're sure of that fact. There's no such in Matacola. I do not think we could have forgotten him. What if I fed you? We'll try. Maybe the fact that he liked fish and chips so much. Is that what will give it away? Redhead wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the ends of the apricons. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Una spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti!
Really? I had no idea. Again, give some for the judge if you don't want your sentences not being... If you don't want to have, like, infinite sentences. Please. Right. Not that.
Hold it!
Maybe the final option that I've left behind is the one I've got to go for by process of elimination. Let's have a looky. Let's try the fact he was investigative detective. I can appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation, but what if I told you that the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph? A detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Ah, but it does!
Excuse me!
Because your little cutie boyfriend said otherwise. Excuse me! Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
Yeah? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino! You have said enough already!
But what, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said that I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What? Good lord! Order! Explain this vote facing your testimony witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that...
There was no such man.
Madai, what do you say, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this game to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You have beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Objection! Yeah, you're arguing now. This is giving you away. Both of us. Oh! Tata! Oh, the damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who came was a young...
That would be Herlock then.
His face was clean shaven. His eyes were sad. His chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the camper here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It is quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the peppers were fake.
Certo, Capo, you are a genius.
I know, so shut your face.
As we say in Italia, it takes a few to recognize another, eh?
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his peppers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man?
Oh, he had it coming. It made us very scared. But it was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true Inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
They are needed for us though, so stop complaining, child. The identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector confiscated by Mr. Delusso and Mr. De Rossi. Inspector's identification. That would be something I need to investigate. Now, let's return to the witness's testimony. Yeah, can I do something very quickly first, Your Honor? Something very quickly first, Your Honor, my lord. I want to have a look. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Let's... Open says me. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector is... In fact, let's read that again. I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Across the whole paper. Let's have a read then. Yeah, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's... Tobias Gregson. Wait, what?!
This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me.
But how?!
And the department's identification number details are all correct as well.
Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say...
I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard.
But that's unbelievable! This is the real thing after all? Inspector Gregson's police identification, so it's updated, so it is actually Mr. Gregson's. Very interesting. Okay. This victim is nothing to do with us. I assure you, he was not in the park. Don't recall the man. More than 1,000 people. Add up that. A lot of times fault. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. Alright, where is this gonna go then? What would be the piece that might give them away here? Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. And part of their... Part of what they said was that the reason they got caught was with that... That's right, they did mess up the dates to get their booking out, to get the booking out of London. I don't... I assure you, he was not in the park. I don't know. I feel like the fact that now we have evidence of Gregson being there by his actual police identification is probably evidence enough, maybe, but... Maybe that they show that because... What else can we do? True. Not having much fun. We are arrested. We are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. Now you question everything we say. We're victims. But you're trying to embezzle people. You have to bring that up. It's not fair. Yes, Capo. You say that. So what bit of testimony is... I recall... This victim is nothing to do with us. I don't know, maybe it is just straight up the fact that, we now have the details that he was investigator, and he was there officially investigating stuff. And maybe you saw that as a threat and thus decided to maybe act upon it? Maybe, mayhaps?
Objection!
Okay, maybe just as easy as that. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Like, they literally just wanted more information about who this person was. So any kind of testimony, any testimony would have worked if I presented this against it. They just literally wanted to have more information about whom the person was, and maybe that might jog their memory. Maybe that's literally all it was all about. So anyway, bear with. Some massages are coming through. Not massages, but messages, you know what I mean. Okay, right, we're ready. So I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Objection! Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
Alright, hold it. What's all this then? That is the boss's! No question about it!
It can't be! It is, though. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
Zador! Order! But if the boss said his identification's stolen, he'd have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you use something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? What are you saying?
Unable to... You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. Oh no! Oh, be ready for it. Oh, look at the stances across the desks. That was so cool looking. Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing! I thought nothing!
E pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu, you can behave like a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
And now I wish I had got with Belia.
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise,
Lum, stop your whining and start talking.
I believe the court will need to hear your story.
I know nothing. I did nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud! Literally! Oh my god, right in the middle of it too. Oh, for crying out loud. You're gonna make me cry while I'm reading this testimony? Like, cry read them? Okay then. Challenge accepted. The truth is, we took in place on a getting for the night she got out. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day just in case.
He took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
So might have been a little too soon, but we didn't know and the next morning we let him go.
He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison.
This is outrageous! You imprisoned the man!
No, see, no! It was not like a prison! It was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo?
It was never part of my plan! I swear it!
So you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date very wrong, but 1 little there.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it!
No, per favor, Capo. It's not fair.
You should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Very interesting indeed. Alright. Put you on to the testimony music, but we're gonna have our first break right here, just in the ad timer, and it's nearly time for that, so let's go for it now. Twitchland people, it is time for our usual hourly ad break. They will run some quick ads. They'll support the channel in a very small way and allow you to get up and take house in the if you need to right now. YouTube land people, there will be no such thing as a break, but please feel free to pause the video, take some time to make sure you're taking care of yourselves and do some business if you have to. Come back to us later and enjoy some more of this. We'll do the more testimony and more cross-examining when we come back after this break. Don't go anywhere. Alright guys, thank you for coming back in, everyone. It's time to continue the game, continue the video. Hope everybody had a pleasant break if you took one. YouTube land people, thank you for still sticking with the video so far. I hope it's enjoyable for you. Let me know if it is. Put a like and comment down below. If you want to go further with your love and support, please make sure you hit the subscribe button and hit the bell as well to get the notifications. With all that said, we've got to do some testimony cross-examinationing today. Right now, I should say. So let's go for it. They are testifying about the fact that why did you keep Gregson held up, apparently? Why did you do this?
Hold it!
Why you do this? Hold it! Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me! I never intended for that to happen! I'm sure the detective did not intend the evil! Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do!
See, nothing else. This was the first time the crime for the Capo. It was at the ends of his wits.
I've told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. So what about this hideout of yours? An old, empty house behind the back on Lamb Street.
We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive, inspired. Eh, capo?
What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? And it was in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oui. But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
Hello, Double. Thanks for coming in.
Hope your day's going well. No, you are right. But we couldn't be completely certain. And, you didn't think it was a real detective. You were too scared to let him go that gate just in case.
Hold it!
Explain, hold it. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station to blow the whistle on us. Even if he was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right, eh, capo?
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. So what I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did.
Took his ID from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
Hold it!
Hold it! That being this identification book here, correct?
See, this is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
Never seen a real one, of course, but he was so suspicious, this man. Laura, I was thinking, it must be falso, eh, capo?
Oui, it is just as Peppino has said. We are convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside the locked room. Then we made preparation to transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. Right, these last two have got to have something for us here. Might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. Next morning, we'll let him go. Hold it! Did you really? What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Boy, it was nothing! Just a minor incident.
The falso inspector, he was a real piece of his work, eh, capo?
What happened?
It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him? We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Wait! You didn't! Shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not! I simply caught hold of him again and took him back into the room. your little compatriot here. Not your compatriot, but your accomplice here. How do you say that in how would you say that in Italian? Accomplice di mod, but no, don't go there. I'm already bashing on languages enough here. I don't by trying to do a French accent here. Again, 0 days. Yeah, why? Why is your friend,
Excuse me.
perking up so? Excuse me? Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Something Mr. De Rousseau just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. So, what was that all about?
Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And don't speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience? That is enough, Peppino! There's no need to say more!
The truth is, the night before we put the Red League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the Kappa, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the Kappa here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back into the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, Capo?
Bruises, you say?
You wanna see, You wanna see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino! No one wants to look at any part of you!
What the door? I assure you, I don't. I assure you, I don't.
You do! Now!
Allora, if everybody wants it to see, then I do it. Ecco, you see? It's still very visible, eh?
What is that, strangulation mark? Jesus! That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo, sometimes he has a very...
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Council? About this red ring about Mr. Rossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? Does it matter? Does it? Does it? Does it? No such mark on Gregson as far as I'm aware. But I feel like it might be. Let's have a look. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Mon Dieu.
Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really wanted to know. He tried to escape, but the capper put the collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did to me, see?
Hold it!
Alright, explain, elaborate. Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rousseau? What? We had a Saint-Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from the time with a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not tie the chain to the leg of the bed, although I would not try to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equal. Is the capper's your motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The capo is bad, but but the capo is rough.
I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning when you release the inspector...
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me.
Pino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now before I actually punch you in the face.
Now you know, the capo here. You don't know what to tangle with him, But for the inspector, he's not so bad.
In a nice room, it was nothing like a prison, really. Hold it. You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were still holding him prisoner.
If you would say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us.
Huh?
No money, no freedom. This is the truth. It makes me mad and it makes me sad. What can we do?
Well... If you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course.
There you have it. You see, this is why we needed the Red-Headed League to fight for the justice.
Perhaps he has a point.
No, Mr. Naruto. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say he was a prisoner, huh?
Perhaps he has a point again.
Not again, Miss Naruto. You should have heard him snoring. Matai, if it was disturbed, it was us.
Not much to go on, really.
That testimony just made me wonder, you know? About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean.
Oh yeah, the one he treasured so much, apparently.
If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he should still have been able to wind his watch.
That's very true, yeah. So did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by these redheads?
In which case, is it possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's?
To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should try to find out exactly what happened.
Very wise, Mr. Naruto, yes.
Find out exactly. Right, what is the smack that went down here? We took him prisoner, kept him for a night at our hideout. I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day. We took the identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. He spent the night in a nice room, it was nothing like the prison. I'm not trying to call this a nice room, honestly, but I don't know if that's enough to go on. What else is on the autopsy report? What else is on there, if anything? Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Yeah, not to go on there. Nothing to go on there. I don't think any of these pieces are gonna be useful. So he wasn't able to wind his clock up. Wasn't able to wind his clock at 5 o'clock exactly, so it stopped at 5 o'clock. No, did you... No, that's why it was found. The floor plan is of the room that he was found in. And it's a different street name, so I don't believe it'll be anything to do with that. No, maybe the fact that they're claiming it was a good room that they kept him in, but at the same time, you didn't allow him to do anything, like wind his clock up like he normally would do, like he always says. Maybe the fact that the clock was... Maybe the fact that his watch was unwound suggests that his captiveness was not necessarily... It was bound up while he was being held in the room. So maybe his stay was not so pleasant? We took the identification and shut him in the room next to ours. So do I present this back to him?
Objection!
No, I don't. In a number of ways to figure out. Yeah, I don't think so. I definitely don't think so in that regard then. Right. He spent the night in the nice room, it was nothing like that in prison. Really? He tried to escape with a couple of... This is it entirely here. That's it entirely there. Yeah. Let's put that back. Keep checking the messages in case something important comes in, but yeah. But no, that's entirely it. I'm thinking of this all wrong. I should have put this 2 and 2 together. It's actually so easy. The fact that the neck of the person in the photograph is unmarked. So, goodness, what? What could this mean? But it's gotta be this I've gotta go up against.
Objection!
Yeah, who we found had no mark on the neck, I think you'll find. Objection. So the day before this body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
But that makes no sense. It was me who took the color of the man in the morning. I saw that bruises on his neck, just like I have.
So given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed. This is most peculiar. But what were you telling you, huh? We said this from the beginning many times.
Peppino is right. The man is a photograph.
He's so different to the man without Captain Zedahide.
Indeed. Turns out, actually, imposter. Suspicious. Sus. Among us, shall we say. Order! 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 It would appear then that on the day of the incident, or before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. Objection! If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Ugh. This is a genuine identification book, issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Ugh.
And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely those occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? An imposter at the scene. Yes. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took for prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
Objection! On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is... who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that's right! We tell the same story every time! Whoever this man was, the capo tracked him for a pillar to repose at the dog collar!
Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so arsed as you say, huh?
So who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man who's these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the Council of Defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? When we saw him in the red hairdo, having collared, or having Gina collared the two redheads. Herlock Sholmes, why? We're gonna confidence save first because I'm pretty sure it is Herlock, but you never know, I could be wrong. But as I said, we present this.
Take that!
Herlock Sholmes, why? It's surely no secret. This is the identity of the imposter. Oh, really? On what grounds? Well, I said it was no secret, but that part is. Hear me, if ever a penalty was in order, it's now, I feel. Ah, shoot. Well, would have made for some would have made for interesting times, wouldn't it? A good chance to lock up Sholmes for good. The boy did nothing that wrong, surely. There's no bruising on the victim's neck. The question immediately posed, who exactly was the man on Lime Street? Mrs. can't afford to elaborate. It wasn't him himself, was it? No, not... I don't think any of those either. So many people this could be. Holy shoot. If we're certain it's not, if we were certain it's not Gregson at this point, names that could stick out to me would be him who went missing all that time ago. For some reason, Barak thought this was worth investigating himself. Okay. This is... I don't know. Can the chat see it? Can the chat see it here? It's actually making us look at the character portraits that we've got going on here. Because we have Peppino, has himself the mark on the neck. But now I've just glanced at him. Have a look at Gossip's neck. Do you see it, chat? Do you see it? Glanced over that, didn't we? Like, we actually have to look at not only the... Not look at any of the, talk that we've had recently, but actually just pay attention to the actual portraits themselves for what's going on here. Yeah, alright. Y'all then. Okay.
Take that!
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that...
One of the witnesses who was in their stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
Objection! What on earth would a street stealer be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
And what does happen to his lip?
Ah!
See, this man is not for the Red Dead League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? Surprised to say, I should have a look at their faces and say, the defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately!
There it is.
Well, I never! An undeniable ring of bruising, indeed! And identical to that of the witness beside him!
Now what's going on here, right? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Oh, something about an inspector again. Well, I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am! You trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice?
We are in a big trouble, Capo.
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Again, I have an appointment with a chiropractor earlier. Later on today. Still here, this leech treatment is going to fix my back. Would they have still used that as a medicinal treatment around about this time? Or would the advent of modern medicinal science would have stopped them from using that? Because definitely a few hundred years ago from this point in the game, leeches might have been around prevalent, but maybe by now probably like either phase out entirely or only some very shady practitioners would still use that. I wonder. Anyway, tangent. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
He's right, see. You think we would have figured those grand lips, eh?
I'll never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? I mean, point well made. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What I've been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yeah, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief. Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfast at your side as always, Mr. Naruto.
And Kazuma just watching intensely. Right, where is this going? Get me my popcorn. Cross-examination. And we know our usual stick here. Peddle everything and then try and figure out what goes next.
Hold it!
Hold it! Get all their flavor texts. So you say, but how could you be quite so certain? There's no need to add your hands on the decks, monsieur. Surely the leaving is obvious, no? Because I've never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on your neck of your colleague by your prize caller. Monsieur, with your words, it's like you're trying to wring my neck.
It does look very much like a my neck, though, eh?
Oh no, this is a birthmark, lads. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke my mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with that hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair. Sophia's pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Surprise. You would forget those grand lips?
Hold it!
Really now, hold it! Well, yeah, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabienne call it? Eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hairs like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it's national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Fa, that is a problem, see?
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip? Now, how many times you want me to say it, eh? How many times, actually, yeah? I believe Fresno Street. No interest in Red Island League.
Hold it!
But how do you want to get your gossip then? Hold it. So you've heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? Don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit for a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cop up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows? Who knows? There about that. Any drinkies? Make sure you're hydrating, everyone. But as you can see, my own hair's got not a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't get me sidling off of some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Ah, Frenchie, has a rebuttal
Excuse
to
me.
this. Excuse me. Mr. de Rousseau. Oui. Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lamp Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. And what? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? Oui? He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face.
No, the capo is right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes. No, I said that wasn't me.
I was curious why there's a man with the dirty clothes that has so much money. So I looked at the man on the papers.
Oh,
The name on the papers.
and what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Bowen, isn't it, huh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't like folk talking about my personal life. Well, no wonder, because your name implicates you, sir. Indeed. And is it not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of the witness? Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections. Objection! I thought they were going to ask me to, do I have an objection to this? But no, I'm straight into this. No. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious! Do you simply object, Prosecutor Agsogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. I was concerned where that name was going. Well, I never! Ooh, in what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name, the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you stop talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case,
More than the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Oh, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
If even if it's a vulgar, it's not me.
Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
Nah, plenty of fuss now.
You'll update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Oh, if I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. That answers it, yeah.
Oh, I rent the room where that fellow was found, it's true. For what difference it makes.
Hold it!
It might make a world of difference. Hold it! So, you live in that room presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Ugh. Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
Oh, no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea.
Hold this fact. I'm not sure how this is going to be relevant or turn up at some point, but I think I've had a brainwave. We'll see how it's relevant later, but I think there's something there. Even Hugh Boone might be a false identity at this point. We'll see now. Anyway, it's like that.
I mean, it's causing me no end to bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Mr. Boone would rather as little as known about his room as possible for some reason.
Yeah, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime was actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this, man. I've no kinfolk and nothing, why would I involve something like that? So this is your room. This is your room. There's only a desk in the room. And the only thing on that desk, bar the little light on there, is the framed photo of Miss Vigil. That lends so much more fruit to the tree. Lends so much more weight to the idea that you are, in fact, someone else that we have very much got an interest in, sir. I think I know what to be pressing and what to be presenting, but we are going to get the rest of the flavor text first. Just because I like to go through everything.
Hold it!
Hold it! You mean you have no family? No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us this is, that eventually someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore. Well, what's the fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but flip me lip. So, it looks like I'm not gonna go anywhere unless I can produce some proof. You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Does it look like I could carry up a disguise with a face like this? Well, we'll see.
Hold it!
Hold it! Maybe you could! Say, with a mustache, or a beard to cover up that lip. Why, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some fake facial hair on and cover up this fine specimen, I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Penalty for you being incoming. Pardon? I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. I would ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there.
Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course.
You're right, he did! So perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all.
See, the capo is red. He was a clean shaven.
It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that the witness could have disguised himself as a victim. Oh, it does, and it is! That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What's your feeling, Miss Naruto?
Well, whatever Mr. Boone says is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps yes. But nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And it's identical to the one that Mr. De Rossi suffered.
Yeah, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Why does it indeed? Going to be inspected that day, was not them, it's not who you think it is. I'm all alone in the world, I've no kinfolk and nothing, why would I be involved in something like that? So yeah, what I believe, in fact we're gonna confidence save this, but the fact I believe, the fact that the crime scene ended up being the room that you've rented out, and in said room, the desk has the lamp and the framed photo of Evie Vigil. I would like to know, potentially, perhaps, why is this here if you claim to have no kinfolk?
Objection!
I think it's time to finally lay the truth out. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. Oh! I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are! I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler, I'll keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth about this man's life, it has no bearing on the case. Because it simply is not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
Objection! How can you be so sure? Well, just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Objection! But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Council, what do you mean? Tell me what you mean.
I agree. Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. TV, I've just literally just took a sip.
We want you to drink something.
I'll do it by full-on just proper water hydration this time. How about that? There we go.
Thanks for that, though.
Hope you're having a pleasant day, my man. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
Ooh. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no.
Very well then, Council. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
We have our answer. And we will present this and find out what happens after we come back from a break. Actually, I'm going to take it slightly early here because what follows next could be a bit long-winded and might eat into the ad break there. So we'll do it now and save ourselves plenty of time to see what happens next. So yep, we're going to do that now then. Take a quick break here. Twitchline people, it is time to do that. You will run our ads at this point as well. So use this time to take care of things that you need to. In YouTube land, there's not going to be no break as always, but please feel free to do a quick pause because this is a long video at the end of the day. Do a quick pause and make sure that you're taking care of yourself while you're enjoying this. Always a great idea to do. Make sure that you are having a good time and are having a comfortable time as well. But in any case, we're going to take our break here. I shall see you back here in a couple of minutes. Hey all, we have had a very sufficient and very good boogie and rock on down to this absolute bop to the music here. It's really, really something. Really good here. We enjoy this soundtrack so much. Alright, welcome back after the break if you took one. Twitchland people, thank you for your patience. YouTubeland people, if you took a break, that's a great idea. Welcome back to us, and I hope you're still going to enjoy the rest of this video coming up here. Let me know if you are enjoying this right now. Let me know. You know what to do. Like and comment down below. Want to go further with your love and support? Subscribe! Hit the bell too! All of those things are very, very good, and they will be very, very helpful. It will let you also know when new uploads come up very, very soon, hopefully. So, before we went to the break, we were about to drop a rather big bomb and expose the true identity that this Gossip man has hidden seemingly under various layers of false identities. He was known as Gossip. Then he made his name as Hugh Boone. But in fact, based on the fact that there is a framed portrait of Evie Vigil on his desk that he has rented in his small little room, that he rents out in his Hugh Boone name, that must mean you are our disappeared prison warden that we would like to have known. We would like to know where you ended up. It turns out you ended up here, Mr. Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Take that! Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, Council. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been able to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. No, you just hold on a minute! I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about. Really? No. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord.
Ah, Jesus! Oh, no, stop! Get off! Don't! That was a noise I made, Jesus. Now that we know that I like to think he's actually just putting on this, like, my name is Gossip. I peddle all the little tidbits around on the streets, you see. I think this is the point where I need to change the voice of this man, because I like to think that was a voice he was putting on. So we'll see if he has worse to say. Yeah, proof positive. There's our missing man. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but...
See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary! He was our imposter investigator. Inspector, goodness me. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi in the park was you disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as a chief warder at Barclay Prison. A chief warder? In your career had promise. Why would you quite possibly... you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is... the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. His whole entire backstory. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
Oh.
It was some 10 years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison.
Gregson.
When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forwards, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orksey... Oh, wait. Visit Orksey's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
That was me reading this back in, I assume, Gregson's voice. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishes identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. I'll put my chippies in my bag to show I'm serious. Even if... well, if I end up a croaker.
Not just an agreement, that was an absolute just pact. Oh, goodness. In that time, he started to bring papers with him into the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Just every single time. Just bum, bum, bum. I feel like I needed a gasp every time. Right. Now the question is, Gregson wanted you to do this for why? Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Ah!
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two Red-Headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. Oh, no! That can't be! Oh! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me! Oh, goodness!
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this murder of this inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense. Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it.
What? Ah!
Order! Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Duh!
Oh!
Asogi has more! Hold it! Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma...
What question, Counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? Oh! The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi! I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man!
Oh, one moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, Counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Asogi... Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten?! I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
Does that not strike you as strange, Miss Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why you left such an important job.
Yeah, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't.
Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth. At any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Always got a competence save. I think in this case, thou must. I have no idea how this is gonna go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Is this gonna go all the way back? It interests me. I resigned from my role. But we have a dismissal notice. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct in Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape of this prison of convict. Redacted, as in Genshin Asogi, as in the professor just prior to his execution. Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation will be expected with inquiries by Prison Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes: indication are that the jailbait plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convicts engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. You didn't choose to leave. A plan that you concocted, or were made to concoct and put together, came to light and you were let go, dismissed from your job.
Take that!
Take that. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder on your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Oh, it's... If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. 17th of June? Was that... the professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place! The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. As we saw in previous case. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Yes! Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth of about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th of June 10 years ago. And now, it's time for you to drag them up! Mr. Vigil! Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What?
Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head is... it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh my goodness!
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Locate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convicts managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted this man's bid for freedom?
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detective came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I can't help you now. As Chief Warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard would have to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history, and I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Absolutely fabulous, though. Fabulous, set of proceedings going on there. To be continued, it said, right now! So I've got lots of time. I am in my summer vacation break, so these streams do not have to be restricted by any sort of time constraints. I can go resurface trauma! Yay! That's what Ace Attorney is all about, resurfacing the trauma. There's our stream title, isn't it? Resurfacing the trauma. Oh, God damn it. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe something else will come to light here. 2nd of November in 3:38 PM in Sholmes' Suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired at the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window into the prison governor's office. Oh, he actually defenestrated. Oh, that would be why he... Oh, that's why the zoom into the window happened there. That's to represent him defenestrating himself. So how did he manage to survive the fall, then? I wonder. I mean, blunt force head trauma might be a good reason for that. Might explain things. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overset the mark, I wonder?
Bruno!
Oh, Iris!
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he had disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this fair that should perhaps never be solved.
Ugh.
For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That is so true. That is so Herlock. Preach, sister.
Oh, but that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have deadline.
You do? Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows. Let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Let us converse. But first, let's examine. Is there a reason for us to keep examining? Is there anything else to say? Like, can we continue anything else to investigate in this room? Maybe what's on the board this time? Because I've noticed that sometimes I think this probably keeps it. No, I can't. What about the manuscripts, then? I guess we are just going to go through the entire room, then, I suppose. If I remember correctly, this large and important lump of iron is called a typewriter.
To think that every single one of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Oh, it's such a dreamy thought.
I actually had to go in it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry.
Mr. Naruhodo. You're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again.
Now it makes Susanoo sound angry too. But it's funny though.
That's Iris' wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves.
Yeah, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads, Deadly Poison.
Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know?
Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. For your benefit. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look.
But it's only by carefully taking care of the tea set that you can make good tea.
Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk?
Oh, Miss Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times.
It totally is, isn't it? But you know, that's funny about it. Sorry, this music is keep bringing me back to my time with the special Great Ace Attorney Capcom Cafe collab. Literally, this is very apt and very perfect cafe music as well. Gotta say, visiting the Capcom Cafe during the collab event, which when I stream this is still technically going on. I think it's got like about a week left, just over a week left. Who knows? I might fit in the one last final visit, maybe on one of the final days. I don't know. But yeah, going to the cafe event and being able to have my meal and listening to the sounds playing, all of the soundtrack from this game basically over the speakers, delightful. Something about musical gourmet that I really like. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved.
It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince-nez, a mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit.
I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. I mean, how do you know? We've already talked about the missing mask. Just a mystery of why is Sholmes holding onto Kazuma's old mask when he was hiding his identity. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is. So you think they treat it with more care, really? But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Kick in the box!
Oh no!
I suppose something must have really been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged?
Oh, the chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes.
Oh dear, that is a painful tale.
Certainly is. And fireplace. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since I've arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm, blanketed table is so comforting.
Do be careful, Miss Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know.
I worry sometimes about how Susada-san sees me. Come on, Yunosuke, you're totally accident-prone. She's just looking out for you at the end of the day. And then all it's here is the clatter, the Stradivarius, and the analytoscope. That's what you call it, right? There's all sorts in these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaved up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance.
I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though.
It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray.
I really don't get it. Oh, this is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shori something at the...
Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
what?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you even trying now?
Yeah, we'll come back to this another time, I think. He'll get it soon. Last line of the last game, he'll say, I should have a Stradivarius. I should learn the Stradivarius myself. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope.
I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it?
Oh, is that right?
Yes, because it was with a pawnbroker.
Oh, of course.
Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last.
Don't even joke about it, Mrs. Zato. You are joking, aren't you?
Please tell me you're joking.
Yeah, not before. Just to see everything in the room again. Alright, what did we talk? About the trial, the Reaper's innocence, and Mr. Vigil's condition. Okay. Let's do them in order.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing is increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover 7 new facts as well. Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. Like a hound of the Baskervilles. Ayo! He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Maybe if only. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely! Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there?
Oh, do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot!
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all its particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Wreathper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Ebak, is that close enough to get advantage on my next roll? I wonder.
Oh dear. That sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
And we can do, alright. I never imagined I might even be investigating the inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed thief the day before his death. Ooh! Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
What, and Sholmes cocks it? No, that's something I can't condone. Susanoo, come on. Could you imagine the number of Herlock Sholmes fans would have been upset? Playing this game through and then figuring it out? Having that happen to them? They'd be distraught. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what this sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi! Oh my! Yes! You're absolutely right, Iris!
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I do believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Stop! I yearn for fish and chips with salt and vinegar. I yearn for this! Stop! I'm being teased. I'm being teased. There's only like 2 or 3 places I've been to in the entirety of Japan that try to come close to giving me the proper fish and chip experience. It's just fortunate that I'm due to visit home at some point during September. I am so making my time to get a good batch of fish and chips of that caliber. I do mean to do that, and it will happen. I will make absolutely certain of it. I do like beef fat fried or battered. Beef fat fried or battered chip. Battered chips. What you then could what you could have potato like a chip, and then throw that in some beef tallow, or the same that they dip the pieces of fish into it and fry it like that. It's so different regionally in the UK. Yeah, isn't it just? You get like... It isn't just like for the fish and chips. That's like a smorgasbord of things that seemingly each individual fish and chip shop does. It's like, yeah, that's just something that they do, and very few other places in the country do that as well. Like, yeah. Black Country Living Museum do beef fat for their chip frying. Oh, I see. I can imagine. I wouldn't be able to tell what they did in my part of the country. Up in Yorkshire. I wouldn't know, but I just know for a thing that they were good. They tasted good. Big old bag of them. I'd ask for the batter scraps as well. I call them scraps. Some people do bits. I do scraps. That there. Orange chips are a regional thing around here where the chips are coated in a batter mix. Oh, so they are done like that. So it is just like, yeah, just like battered potato, kind of like a potato scallop, but just in a chip form, maybe. And then you get wild things like people doing like deep fried candy bars, deep fried chocolate bars. That thing as well, yeah. Yeah, people do like a bunch of things in their fish and chip shops. I've seen pies, sausages, all manners of like slightly more exotic fish types that they sell you as well. The whole entire cuisine and culture of fish and chips is just... You need to get down there and experience it at some point if you can. Find yourself a nice time to get to the UK, and yeah, whatever region you're going to, take in their fish and chip culture, because yeah, we guarantee you it'll be different from, maybe quite different from the fish shop directly next door or something, or on the next street across. They'd be like directly different, definitely different per region, but maybe just across the street, their culture of fish and chips will be slightly different as well. So yeah, it's interesting to think about. And it makes me miss them! Solid, that's definitely something I always make a point to get when I get back home. Somewhere. Either the very nice, sort of, restaurant-style fish and chip restaurant that I go to, that's not too far away from where my family is. Or just go to a shop, just any shop, and just give me the goods. Always make a point to get some kind of fish and chips when I visit back home, because I just need it. Used to be I'd just have the chips on their own, then later on I decided I would go for the battered sausage as well. A good battered sausage and chips is always good. And then, yeah, I think nowadays I think I'd be happy with like a good fish with it as well. And I'm salivating. Sorry, I'm salivating now. Damn it. You got me worked up thinking about them. I'm just like, damn, Gregson like me for real. just generally.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food and allergies.
Yeah, I'm still salivating. I can literally feel it. Potato scallops tell me that you're from north of London. They do not exist further south than the M25. Yeah, I'm far north of London. Very, very far north. You imagine, you go through London, you go up from London, you go through things, you go through places like, yeah, the Berkshires and the regions that way, past where Milton Keynes is. You keep going up through Lincolnshire, up your way to Yorkshire. Yeah. You try to get someone, so you try to get a scallop down near London. Just ain't a thing. Just ain't a thing. Like I said, very, very regional. Proper northern, then proper northern. Yes, proper northern. You can slip into my accent if you want. You can slip into my Yorkshire accent if you like. But yeah, we won't do that. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Ziegs felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
We must try. And what about our dear Mr. Vigil?
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Land of the Kaiser Chiefs. Good. Sean Bean. Very good. Come on then, yep. Yep. And, you mean... Oh, you mean Jeremy Clarkson. Something like that, yeah, I think so. Like... What was it? Where was this place? Was it Doncaster? I seem to remember Doncaster with, Jeremy Clarkson. Which would be technically South Yorkshire? I'll have to look that up later, Mitchell, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken into hospital? Do you know which one?
Look at my handy dandy book. My great big book of everything with everything inside. See the world around us? This book's our perfect guide.
Ah, it's St. Sinner's.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
Oh, but that's amazing, Rune! You found a lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder of the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gracie? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think that all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo.
But I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor. And to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. Certainly so, at some point, yes.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows!
I'm gonna leave you with this happy beat while we take a break here. Actually, I'll just see where the timer is. It's nearly due. I just wait high about the double while investigating shady business. Yeah. Indicating what it says makes sense. But yes, we're gonna have our break in here now. Twitch line people running the ads at this point as well. YouTube line people, there will be no such break. We'll be right back to it when I make the highlight done and cut out all the break business, but please feel free to do a quick pause and make sure you're taking care of yourself while watching this long video. Your self-care is very important. But otherwise, I am going to be back in a few minutes to continue this. See you in a bit.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
I'm very enthusiastic because I love this music.
This music is so bouncy, it's so good.
It's really cool. Yeah, welcome back in, everyone. Hello, people in Twitch land again, and YouTube land people as well. Thanks for coming in. Oh, that is a thing I actually need to deactivate, so just let me do that very, very quickly. Oh, for crying out loud. I keep getting used to doing that to me. I'm just gonna go to my timers and just make sure, because there is no CC, there's no crowd control in this right now. Right. That should be out of the way for now. Oops. But anyway, right, we're gonna get back to it now. As soon as I do that, windows are back in order. Okay, we're good. So yeah, anyway, welcome back everyone in YouTube land or in Twitch land. It's nice to have you back with the stream. Since this is planned to be a bit more of an extended one, we'll say, yeah, we'll see where this goes. We might even get to the end of it here.
Well, no, who knows?
But yeah. Are we still enjoying it right now? Especially in YouTube land. Let me know if you are. Leave a like and comment down below if you want to go further with your love and support. You can always subscribe to the channel. You can always hit the bell as well to get the notifications for these uploads coming through. And you can enjoy things after the fact as well. Maybe even come over to the Twitch side of things. You can watch these live streams live. But yeah, check out the details down below. So the game did the thing again where I sometimes defocus out of it, but it assumes I've clicked in the window, so it moves the text on. So this is just proof that we haven't missed too much. We left off at Let Us Investigate, then we came back at Oh Iris, you're even more enthusiastic, and then it did it again.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
The third water pistol?
It's stocked full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Oh, then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
Oh, I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Shums is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Yes, indeedly diddly doodly. Moving to St. Sinners. Is that Preston Street room? Mr. Vigil's hospital bed. We should leave Mr. Vigil in peace for a little while. He's only just been admitted. Have a word with Van Zieks about something else, yeah? For the trial stuff that was just in there.
Evac! Hello?
How is the evac handling himself today? I do hope well, and hope they're gonna have a good time with their friends in their podcast later on today. Yeah, how you doing, buddy? We haven't visited sometimes, so it says to me we talk to Van Zieks about things. Not with a letter this time, just the book. Just the objection! Book! 2nd of November, local prison, jail cell 1.
Lord Van Zieks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Maybe the blabbermouth. What do you Nipponese want? And that's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? That's his default way of treating you, Yunosuke. You've not noticed this by now? Perhaps not. I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift every land for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. Are you yourself, Van Zieks? Did you have your dose of wine today? I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yeah. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. He looks more pale than normal. Does he? I thought that was just his natural complexion. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. To play the part? Barak, what do you mean? The Reaper's identity. Barak, what do you mean? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day! And that was just the most recent of many attempts in your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all of this. Someone is using you! Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Kingdom Hearts?
Oh, it's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appeared to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Exactly, can he get more pale? I wonder. Unless he full-on white-faces himself, which would be problematic. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard was involved. Mo, do you say?
Someone that... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Is this going to confirm my suspicions for a while here? This is actually kind of a big moment. Because I've always had mine suspicions over... y'all, Mr. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice himself, you're up in the position where you'd be able to pull a lot of strings. And maybe you are pulling the strings and keeping time for some very unscrupulous and nefarious deeds indeed. This is the big moment, I think. Oh, not what I was thinking. The Moly Moly himself was Tobias Gregson. No.
No!
Gregson? The Reaper? Not where I thought it was gonna go. When is it? Is it gonna happen? Is it? If or when it happens? Yeah, question is it gonna happen that we implicate Male Strongheart at some point? And if we do, then when, I wonder? Because I've still got my suspicions. But okay. What is this about Gregson's secret? So, the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper! As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. The names of the 4 people that we got from that recording. One of them Asogi, one of them Shin, one of them... can't remember the top of my head. And the other one was, Gregson. Related to that. Maybe, we'll see.
I don't believe it!
Oh, Wilson. Ah! Dr. Wilson. The name strikes back from the very first case of the very first game. Oh, well then.
Are you saying that Grexy, that he was behind all of these awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh,
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters in the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings, then. Actually, I do have a name. You... What?!
well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh?
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin, or Asa Shin. Probably Asa if you're gonna go more of a English way of it, maybe. But that's a pun there. Asa Shin, assassin. Oh, and that name's familiar as well because that. Yeah, that was also another name in the notes from the encrypted message. And apparently that is the real identity. Get it? Get it, assassin? Yes, we get it. But also that's the identity. Or the real identity of... What was his name? Brett. Giselle Brett. Who we convicted in the first game and then solved their murder of in the first case of second game. Asian was not put on Asian. We thought so at the beginning, didn't we? Yeah. Wow. So then, it was Asa Shin. Wait, what? Shin? Miss Asa Shin? The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John Higgs Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Groan. What, Eba doesn't like the joke? Doesn't like the pun? Oh dear, no.
Miss Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Asa Shin. I should let Father know at once.
Yeah, I agree. Go and find Eugen then, back in the hotel room, I think. But for now, talk about Prosecutor Asogi. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. But I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Oh, I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Well, you gotta spill it now. Don't leave me hanging. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks alright, we got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice. Just a whisper, in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what had happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He had shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Miss Naruhodo, let's go inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Yeah. Alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. We should leave just there, but now Great Waterloo Hotel is available again, where we can see Professor Mikotoba and Mr. Jikoku. Let's just say Jeji. 2nd of November in the Great Waterloo Hotel foyer.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild... I was still in ThoughtSpeak, I didn't realize. Oops. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea is a fine fragrance of whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. What did you say?
Oh, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
Ooh, what a charming young lady, and you are? Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. I sure hope he doesn't blurt out about her dad. Oh, you right, though. Oh, that could happen. And that'll be a big old moment if it does. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you were made by Cosimo in the end there. Oh, no, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? Ooh. You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gotten to. Why is there no judgy judge? I suppose we'll find out later. What about the Reaper first? Given the news.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bay?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Baruch, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brettwoman who is responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikitoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Saved! For now. We'll go for some other ones first, but then we'll go to that one. We'll bring that up later. Stop it, James! I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you? Guilty! Ha 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 ha! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. Why was the judge so jacked? I don't know. Something about... needs a strong swinging arm for the hanger, I guess. Yep, there you go, exactly. Ah, yes, it was all tied up in that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it is worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Oh, thank goodness.
Ah yes, talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh!
Oh, what a lovely picture!
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." The commemorative photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku's arrival in London for the symposium. That's in my record for some reason. That's going to be a heck of a piece of evidence later. What for? Dunno. We'll find out. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No. No, that's so true.
Nobody wants to know. Alright, favor first. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do...
What?! Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Is the judge's last name Hell? Oh. Good point. Hang on. Jigoku. Moments. Fran has a point. There's a character in the game I like called Jigoku, and the wiki says it meant hell. You can... I mean... Oh, wait, now I've got to... Right, I'm sleuthing for a moment here, bear with me. Bear with me a moment, and... That one... I am looking for... Recurring characters. Alright, here we go. Try to skip and get to his points down below. Notes. Do a spoiler-free dive. Okay, the point of it is, yes, so you can write Jigoku with the kanjis that directly translate to meaning hell. But in his Japanese name, if you write it out in the kanji that they chose, they use the kanji for mercy and prison. The way I'm thinking of Jikoku, the usual kanji that you use for Jikoku includes the one for Earth. So they take the meaning of hell to be as Earth prison, as in a prison under the world. Yeah, mercy and prison. So, like the mercy prison would, I guess, mean something more like that to allude to his profession as a judge. I either give you mercy or I give you prison. That's essentially it. So, Jikoku can read as hell, but the kanji they use in his name in Japanese is more alluding to just his profession as a judge. Whereas, so yeah, mercy or prison. Which one do you take? And then his given name, Seishiro, has the kanji for government and samurai as well, which is very easy. So that's samurai, and that alludes to his profession under the Japanese government. He is the government samurai, I guess. So there you go. So there we go. We have found that out, and thankfully, I think I found that out spoiler-free. So there you go. So you can translate his name to hell, but the kanji that they've used in his name rather allude to his profession. Just say mercy, prison. They're the kanji that they use, so it's like the judge offers you mercy, or gives you mercy, or gives you prison. That would be how to look at it. So there you go. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm not focused in. Let's just make sure that I am. There we go. Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean?
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet! I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Your country needs you today.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runa? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yeah, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes. Alright.
You won't leave, will you, Runa?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Where does it leave him indeed? Alright, for fear of spilling the accidental truth here, the accidental truth bomb that will be too much for poor dear little child, let's go for it.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits!
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind.
And that's where she skedaddles along. Susato saves the day! That's why she is absolutely just blessed. So, that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yeah, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. MVP for sure, yeah. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, do you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits!
Woo! They smell delicious, Iris!
I think cinnamon would go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes. I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Phew! Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good! And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you!
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home?
You know, Kazuma-sama had always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yeah, no doubt. Asashin. Asashin! Of course! It's so obvious! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Hurry! Where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course! What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom I can entrust this task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
He's confused Yujin for Seishiro, hasn't he? Mikotoba for Jigoku. Finally, this chapter's getting interesting. Maybe so, we'll see. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Pipe! Why Pipey back? What's going on? Doesn't it imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Oh, so that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sentence list in your hands then, my dear fellows. Hiya! Exit stage left. I must leave. My planet needs me. Oh, wait a minute! Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
Inspired by you, I imagine that whenever Charles pulls out a pipe, he shouts, Objection! Pipe! Yes, indeed. I imagine so. Why not? Sure.
And I'll run and call it a cab straight away. Wah!
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Oh well, I've got no choice but to move now. And I now go to Vigil's bed. It's finally time. 2nd of November at St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward number 3. Just Sholmes and Van Zeke just shouting pipe and wine back and forth. Oh goodness. The thing when Van Zeke shouts wine, he either breaks his chalice or just chucks the full entire bottle behind him to the gallery behind and gives someone very bad debilitating glass-based injuries. What do you think every time he shouts from the gallery? My leg!
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have to cause you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh! Cosmo beat us to it. He said very much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Oh, looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just dessert for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the Professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil!
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. This man has baggage. Wow then. Professor Gregson. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yeah. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. His baggage has baggage, and in that baggage is, believe it or not, more baggage. It's baggageception! Blah! There we go. Anyway. Oh no! Never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
Oh, the day you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters!
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Can I just say, the brainwave I had when we put together, when it slightly, when the suspicion came to my mind, gradually throughout that trial period, that thou was actually being thou. When I made that link, that was like, hang on. And honestly, I am quite happy with myself that I put that together. Wow.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. But not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Alright. That meeting was done in by the fact that there was gunfire, and that's what happened to Gregson. Now! Time to unpack all of the baggage within the baggage within the baggage within the baggage. It was midnight on 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to plan, or the affect the plan to its...
Let's try the line again.
The execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never quite questioned. I have a feeling I know what loophole was. What that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then, nail it shut. For some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Interessant. I think what we're going to do is take our break here, actually. We're getting close to the ad time. I might as well run it now. And then when we do some more afterwards, we might wrap up the little last bit then, I think. I don't know how much of the episode is left, but we'll get to a suitable point, I think. Either a cliffhanger moment, or maybe we actually do make it to the end of the case. I don't know. We'll find out. But, of course, this is a time for us to take a well-deserved break after an hour of doing things. So yeah, it's time for our hourly ad break now, Twitch-land people. We will do that and sort you out then, so please take some time to yourself if you need to. YouTube-land people too, there's going to be no break, but if you want to pause very quickly and just make sure that you're taking care of yourselves while watching this very long video, it would be a very good idea to do so, and yeah, just make sure you're having a great time watching this and that you're comfortable. But in any case, we're going to take our break now. I'll see you back here in a few minutes. So then, back to the final talking about what we're going to do here. Welcome back, everyone. If you took your break now, that's lovely, and I hope you had a great time in your break, obviously. So let me go here and do that very quickly. And now, yeah, like I said, one more little line of questioning for our friend Mr. Vigil. Talk about the convict. That would be Genshin. Before we start confusing them with Kazuma, because they're very different people, but chiefly because one of them is still alive right now. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. So would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After the trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended by only elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. He made one, did he? Well then, what's to be in this? As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Oh. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he's been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final day shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right then. But what's on that paper? Her last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. There's only way of continuing things. Making sure his legacy keeps going on through maybe somebody else. Maybe mayhaps. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided I'd pretend I'd see nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that this is the end of the story of this mysterious will.
That not indeed. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Changed evidence photo.txt into something G and sent to the local newspapers. It wasn't meant to be listed. I'm sorry. Twitch be weird like that one. What you could do, just to make sure it doesn't, is do a dot in between. Do a space in between where the dots is, so do evidence photo space dot space txt. And then it should be okay, and I'd still be able to read that you're trying to do like a file name or a hyperlink of some kind, and it won't actually get you pinged on that one. You could try that, if you want to try the joke again. Change evidence photo.txt to evidence photo.png and send it to the papers. Oh, dear me. Yeah.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaden was livid. He was screaming. It can't have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh yeah, you're right! I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all out from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. That's where he doesn't know. It will be all very relevant at some point later, I'm sure. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing! Oh, yeah? What is it? The Asogi Papers. Ah! I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that's something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor!
Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Back there indeed, but is there some quick examining we can have some fun with, maybe? Just a quick thing. This notice caught my eye before, actually.
I suppose it's some sort of slogan for the ward. A cheerful welcome message, perhaps.
Let's see. Pay with good cheer, leave with good cheer. Oh, look at that. You were spot on, Mrs. Otto. It is full of cheer.
I wonder how many discharged patients pay their medical bills with good cheer, though.
Ooh. Once I had to have a very painful injection when I fell ill with a cold. I felt awful already, so why did I have to suffer the sting of the injection as well as the bill? I yelled at the doctor.
Oh dear, what terrible treatment.
For sure, for sure. What's it there? These are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try some of the pills.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to make to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. But sometimes I would kill for some sushi. Maybe. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Or just make sure windows are locked so that he can't get out, or not put him near the bloody window! Aren't we a story up from the ground here?
Oh dear. Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I can't help feeling that there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
Yes, indeed. That is nothing. More things up there, and then another bed with a thing and a thing and a thing. Let's quickly do it. There's lots of bottles in that cabinet there, isn't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them there?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you took some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd managed to unlock that somehow when you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Otto. Lol, funny. Oh, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so. And until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
Psst. Let's make sure he don't do that, and then some crutches. Oh look, a pair of crutches! Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well.
I imagine they were imported to Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they'd look fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
They contain powerful magic, those wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm.
I think a certain cheeky little boy managed to cause the harm all by himself.
He was a rapscallion, a cheeky little so-and-so sometimes. That's right, yeah, he was. I think I've seen everything in the room now. Just have a bit of fun. Just have a bit of fun with that. Back to Prison Governor's office. I think what we'll do this talk, and then that will probably be our time to call it. So that's what happens after. 2nd of November, Barclay Prison, Governor's office. I think when we do this game, Ebac, when we get around to this game, if Ebac's still here, you'll need to break out your Scottish again for this one. Ugh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I've read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yeah, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is nought to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Oh, of course, yeah, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Oh yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
I came out of your kin very well, so how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
And they really are like those handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I no say Gregson's death is nought to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. Oh, his expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. We've got to push him something. Push him something to make him believe. Maybe. Oh, no, not push him. We need to just talk to him, don't we? That murderous botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
How can I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
Really now.
Really no? Is that something?
I think the medical expert to say, is too much iron bad for you? I wonder.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing, he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say it, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course I can't assume all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what's that Ken's what on at the time now. Possibly, same for most minerals and vitamins. Possibly, oversaturation and such. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Syph forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with note, Kimmer. Here, take a handful for two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. I wouldn't want to become an eunuch.
I suppose if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gore. Maria Gore? Aye, Syph's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mum's footsteps. You didn't see her without a scalpel in her hand. I know who that is now. It's the reason why I don't get prescribed iron despite what looks like anemia. Oh! Yes, all the way back when. Yes.
Mama, what is this?
Oh, wait.
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where does she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? There you go. Dr. Syph's daughter, Maria Gore. We could do with talking to her. We could do with talking to her, so where can we find them? So, she's Dr. Syph's daughter, but her surname is Gore. 1, 2, Echo. Should now not be Echo. Are we good? Are we good now, Win? Certainly hope so. Alright. Rigor is adorable. I could... Is it good now? Is it good now? Okay, that's good. That's good to know. Yeah, we'll see. Right. Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself. Yeah.
Perhaps she was driven to by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right. And the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Psst, morbid, wow.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have taught her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, there was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gore herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up all these painful memories for everyone. Can you no just stay away now? Leave me alone and dinna come back here, eh? Oh, wait, no, we got one more. We got one more, and this is probably going to be the worst of it. How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk here, even here in the prison, who've heard of these papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Evers, no, you're off that half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell exactly where it should have been. Oh. Not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. I didn't realise what was on his leg. Do you see that? He has a hatchet on his leg, tied up in a like a little hatchet holster. You see that? Wow. Aye, here we are. You see. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles, but on mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are! Papers written by Asogi, nae doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the Stramisher that sliced her of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
The Asogi papers added to the court record that the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? Those papers are naught to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. All very black and white, huh? Alright, now what about the move? Well, I can see wherever we go. We haven't visited here for quite some time. We have not, actually. A grand place. In some ways, this place seems rather suited to love as it. Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh my, if only. Okay, if the guy is still here, is there something we can still present untoward? Let's try, just in case. Governor Kaden, would you have a look at this? Oh, would you rather have a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, no thanks. I'd rather just cast your eyes over this. Or maybe you'd prefer real handcuffs, eh? Oh, no, neither of me, please. Lovely office, though. There's 7 of it. Ah, okay. So, yeah, so that would normally say if we've gotten everything done in the location. So I think by this point we are grand to go. Apparently back to Lord Chief Justice's office then. Alright. For a shimmy and a shammy. Ooh, this we might want to see very, very dead quickly. 2nd of November, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama!
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sounds of it. You never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Hi. Kazuma? He left without saying a word. Oh yes, what are you two doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Fantic's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. Or 42. Or 43.
Well, then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto.
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. And I'm afraid, I think, we'll get more information next time out. I think I've got ourselves a pretty decent way to go here. Oh, goodness gracious me. Right, I'll see if I can remember all that we've done this week for the next time we play this. I don't know if I might try to fit it in on a slightly earlier time schedule, because again, I'm in my summer break right now, and I might want to think about adding in extra stream dates here and there for things. But what I do know is very, very exciting stuff has happened today, and I sincerely hope that you've all had a great time with me as well. In YouTube land or in Twitch land. Twitch land people, thank you so much for tuning in for the show. Reminder that we will have this as a VOD made after the fact on the Laura Petal VOD channel over on YouTube. If you've not seen over there yet, come and check it out in a week's time, where this episode should be ready for you to view there. And if you are watching this in the YouTube VOD, thank you so much for tuning in for this really, really long old time here. It has been lovely to have you on board for this, and I sincerely hope you've enjoyed your time coming through and seeing everything here. Make sure, check out all the information in the description for linkies where you can find me elsewhere. And if you want to come along for these live streams happening, we usually do Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays around here on my corner of the Twitchverse. Check out the big link in the description. Come on over to watch the Twitch channel, and maybe you might see me live there and see if that takes your fancy as well. But with all that said, we are going to be taking our break here from the game. Until next time. Friends and everyone, thank you for tuning in. YouTube land people, thank you for enjoying, as I said. If you did enjoy, make sure you let me know. Like and comment down below. Subscribe, hit the bell, do all that good stuff if you'd like to show your big old support in that way. Would mean the world to me. And I look forward to the next time I get the chance to give you a good time in the next video. So until that time, stay and stay awesome. Please have a good time whatever you've got coming up next. And I sincerely hope I get to see you again at some point. Until next time, love y'all so much. Have a great rest of your day. And take care of yourselves.